Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the realm of Ethoria, where magic once flowed like rivers and prosperity reigned supreme, a dark shadow now loomed over the land. The Twilight Plague, a malevolent force born from forbidden sorcery, had swept across the kingdom, leaving naught but desolation in its wake. Fields withered, forests decayed, and the very air seemed to whisper tales of despair. It was in this bleak world that Alaun, a young warrior with fiery red hair and eyes that gleamed like emeralds, found herself thrust into a destiny greater than she could have ever imagined. On the eve of her 18th Namaday, as she patrolled the crumbling walls of her village, a piercing screech tore through the night sky. The villagers cowered in their homes, but Alaun stood tall, her hand instinctively grasping the hilt of her sword. From the inky darkness emerged a creature of legend, a twilight wraith, its ethereal form shimmering with an unholy light. As it descended upon the village, Alaun's blade flashed in the moonlight, meeting the wraith's spectral claws with a resounding clash. The battle raged, steel against shadow, until a voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in Alaun's mind. Seek the sword of Twilight, last daughter of the Guardians. Only then can the darkness be vanquished. With a final desperate strike, Alaun drove her blade through the wraith's form, watching as it dissolved into mist. But the victory was short-lived, for she knew more would come. Guided by the mysterious voice, she set out on a perilous journey across the ravaged lands of Ethoria. For days, Alaun traveled through withered forests and across barren plains, the words of the ancient voice her only companion. On the seventh day, she came upon a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in perpetual twilight. At its base stood a figure cloaked in shadow's thorn, the exiled sorcerer. "I've been expecting you, Guardian," Thorn's voice rasped, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "The sword of Twilight calls to you, but beware its power comes at a great cost." Alaun's hand tightened on her blade. "I seek only to save my people. Will you help me or stand in my way?" A wry smile crossed Thorn's lips. "Help you? Child, I've been waiting centuries for this moment. The sword of Twilight is our only hope against the Shadow King and his undead army. But to claim it, we must brave the forbidden catacombs. Together, the unlikely duo ventured into the mountain's depths. The catacombs were a maze of ancient stonework, illuminated by crystals that pulsed with an eerie blue light. As they delved deeper, Alaun felt a growing unease. "These catacombs," she whispered, "they feel alive." Thorn nodded gravely. "They are. The very stones remember the magic of old. But beware, for not all memories are kind." No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground began to tremble. From the walls emerged spectral figures, the echoes of long-dead warriors, their hollow eyes fixed upon the intruders. "Stand back," Thorn commanded, his hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. Bolts of arcane energy erupted from his fingertips, keeping the phantoms at bay. "Go, Alaun. The sword chamber lies ahead. I'll hold them off." Alaun sprinted forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She burst into a vast circular chamber, and there, suspended in a shaft of twilight, hung the sword of Twilight. Its blade shimmered with an inner light, patterns of starlight dancing along its length. As Alaun reached for the hilt, a booming voice filled the chamber. "Who dares claim the sword of Twilight?" Alaun stood tall, her voice unwavering. "I am Alaun, last of the Guardian bloodline. I seek the sword to vanquish the darkness that plagues our land." A spectral figure materialized before her, a warrior clad in armor that seemed forged from the night sky itself. "The sword is both blessing and curse, young Guardian. To wield it is to walk the line between light and shadow. Are you prepared for such a burden? Elauan met the spirit's gaze. I am, with a nod. The spirit faded, and Elauan grasped the sword's hilt. Power surged through her, ancient and terrible. Memories not her own flooded her mind, battles fought in ages past, the rise and fall of kingdom, and the terrible truth of her heritage. She saw the first guardian, blessed by the gods to maintain balance between light and shadow. She witnessed the corruption of the Shadow King, once a noble ruler, now a vessel of darkness. And she understood the terrible price that came with the sword's power. As the visions faded, Elauan found herself back in the chamber, thorn at her side. The sorcerer's eyes widened at the sight of the legendary blade. You've done it, he breathed, but we haven't a moment to lose. The Shadow King's forces march on the last bastion of humanity. We must make haste to the Citadel of Dawn. Their journey to the Citadel was fraught with peril. Packs of shadow wolves haunted their steps, their howls echoing across the desolate landscape. Elauan and Thorn fought back to back, blade and spell working in perfect harmony to keep the beasts at bay. As they neared the Citadel, the sky darkened ominously. Storm clouds roiled overhead, shot through with veins of sickly green lightning. The air grew thick with the stench of decay, and on the horizon, they saw the army of the dead, led by the Shadow King himself. Atop the Citadel's walls, the last defenders of humanity watched in horror as the undead horde approached. But a cry went up as Elauan and Thorn arrived, the sword of Twilight gleaming like a beacon of hope. Elauan ascended the steps of the Citadel, her voice ringing out across the battlement. People of Ethoria, the darkness has hounded us, hunted us, but no more. Today, we make our stand. Today, we reclaim our world. A cheer went up from the defenders, but it was short-lived. The undead army crashed against the Citadel's walls like a tide of horror. Skeletal warriors scaled the fortifications while wraiths soared overhead, their unearthly shrieks chilling the blood of even the bravest soldiers. In the chaos of battle, Elauan fought her way towards the Shadow King. The sword of Twilight sang in her hands, cleaving through the undead with terrifying ease. But with each strike, she felt the sword's power seeping into her, whispering promises of limitless power. At last, she stood before the Shadow King, a towering figure wreathed in darkness, his eyes burning with unholy fire. So, his voice rumbled like distant thunder. The last guardian comes to challenge me. Your ancestors couldn't stop me, child. What hope have you? Elauan raised the sword of Twilight, its light forcing the Shadow King to recoil. I bring more than hope, she declared. I bring the dawn. Their battle was cataclysmic. Blade met shadow. Light clashed with darkness. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp around them as they fought. Elauan felt the sword's power coursing through her, tempting her to give in, to let the darkness fuel her strength. In that moment of temptation, the Shadow King struck. His blade of pure darkness slipped past Elauan's guard, biting deep into her side. She fell to one knee, gasping in pain. The Shadow King loomed over her, triumphant. You see now the futility of your struggle. Embrace the darkness, Guardian. Let it consume you, as it did me. Elauan looked up, her eyes meeting the tyrant's gaze. And in that moment, she understood. The Shadow King wasn't a being of pure evil. He was a soul corrupted, a guardian who had fallen to the very power he was meant to control. With that realization came clarity. The sword of Twilight wasn't a weapon of light or darkness. It was balance incarnate, and balance was what the world needed. Summoning the last of her strength, Elauan rose to her feet. The sword of Twilight blazed in her hands, no longer just with light, but with shadow as well. You forgot the most important lesson, Shadow King, she said softly. We are not meant to conquer the darkness, but to embrace it, to find balance. With a cry that echoed across the battlefield, Elauan plunged the sword of Twilight into the earth. A shockwave of power exploded outward, light and shadow intertwining in a dazzling display. The undead army crumbled to dust, and the Shadow King let out a terrible scream as the corruption was purged from his form. As the dust settled, Elauan found herself face to face not with a monster, but with a man, the last Shadow King, restored to his true self. Tears streamed down his face as he looked upon upon the world he had nearly destroyed. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Elauan offered her hand. "Now we rebuild." Together, in the days that followed, Ethoria began to heal. The Twilight plague receded, and life returned to the land. Elauan, with the restored Shadow King and Thorn at her side, led the efforts to restore balance to the realm. The Sword of Twilight was returned to its resting place, a reminder of the constant struggle between light and shadow. And in taverns across the land, bards sang of Elauan the Twilight Guardian, who had walked the line between light and darkness to save them all. For in Ethoria, as in all realms of magic and wonder, the greatest stories are those of hope rekindled, of balance restored, and of heroes who dare to embrace both the light and the shadow within themselves. Story 2, in the realm of Avaloria, where ancient magic pulls through every stone and whispered in every breeze, the theft of the Chalice of Life sent shockwaves through the land. This sacred vessel, said to have been forged from starlight and blessed by the gods themselves, had vanished from the heart of the sacred temple, leaving behind naught but echoes of dark sorcery and the acrid scent of brimstone. As dawn broke over the ivory spires of Celestial Keep, Sir Galahad stood before King Aldred, his silver armor gleaming in the early morning light. The knight's hand rested on the pommel of his enchanted sword, Oathkeeper, as he knelt before his liege. "Rise, Sir Galahad." King Aldric's voice resonated through the throne room. "The realm faces its darkest hour. The Chalice of Life has been stolen, and with it, the very essence of our land's magic. You must recover it, or Avaloria will wither and die." Galahad's blue eyes blazed with determination. "I swear by my honor and my blade, I will not rest until the chalice is returned. My king." As Galahad prepared for his quest, whispers of a shadowy cult reached his ears. The Order of the Crimson Moon, it was said, sought to use the chalice's power to resurrect an ancient evil. With a heavy heart and a resolute spirit, the knight set forth from Celestial Keep, the weight of the kingdom's fate upon his shoulders. For days, Galahad traveled through sun-dappled meadows and across rushing rivers, following whispers and rumors. His journey led him to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place where reality seemed to blur and shift like mist. As he stood at the forest's edge, steeling himself to enter, a lithe figure dropped from the trees before him. "Well, well," a melodic voice rang out. "What brings a shining knight to this shadowy realm?" Before Galahad stood an elven woman, her violet eyes glinting with mischief and her silver hair shimmering in the dappled light. A bow was slung across her back, and daggers gleamed at her hips. "I am Lyra," she announced with a flourish. "Thief, trickster, and your best hope of finding what you seek." Galahad's hand tightened on Oathkeeper's hilt. "Stand aside, elf. I have no time for games." Lyra's laughter tinkled like bells. "Oh, but you do, Sir Knight, for without me, you'll be lost in these woods until your armor rusts and your bones turn to dust." Reluctant, Galahad realized the truth in her words. The Whispering Woods were treacherous, filled with illusions and shifting paths. An alliance, however uneasy, might be his only hope. "Very well," he conceded. "But know this, if you betray me, no forest will hide you from my wrath." Together, the unlikely pair ventured into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The forest seemed alive around them, branches reaching out like grasping fingers, shadows dancing with lives of their own. Lyra moved with fluid grace, her knowledge of the woods proving invaluable as she guided them through hidden paths and around treacherous bogs. As they journeyed deeper, Galahad found himself warming to the elven thief. Her quick wit and nimble fingers had saved them more than once from the forest's dangers. In turn, Lyra began to see beyond the knight's rigid exterior, glimpsing the noble heart that beat beneath the armor. On the third day of their journey, they came upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted into the shape of a doorway. Runes glowed faintly along its bark, pulsing with arcane energy. The sanctuary of whispers, Lyra breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes." Galahad approached the tree, his hand outstretched. As his fingers brushed the bark, visions flashed before his eyes, the Chalice of Life, pulsing with power. Hooded figures chanting in a dark chamber. and a swirling vortex of crimson energy. Gasping, he stumbled back. The cultists, he panted. They're using the chalice to open a portal. We must hurry. Lyra nodded grimly, all traces of mischief gone from her face. With a whispered word, the runes on the tree flared to life, and the trunk split open, revealing a shimmering portal. Hand in hand, knight and thief stepped through, emerging in a vast cavern lit by flickering torches. The air thrummed with dark energy, and at the far end of the chamber, a group of hooded figures surrounded an obsidian altar. Atop it sat the chalice of life, its golden surface marred by lines of crimson energy. "We're too late," Lyra whispered, her voice tight with fear. But Galahad would not be deterred. Drawing Oathkeeper, he charged forward with a battle cry that shook the very stones. The cultists turned, their chants faltering at the sight of the knight bearing down upon them. Chaos erupted in the chamber. Lyra's arrows found their marks with unerring accuracy, while Galahad's blade danced in deadly arcs. But for every cultist that fell, more seemed to emerge from the shadows. As they fought their way towards the altar, the cavern began to tremble. The chalice pulsed with malevolent energy, and a rift began to tear open in the air above it. Through the widening gap, Galahad caught glimpses of a realm of fire and shadow, and heard the roars of monstrous beings eager to break free. With a final, desperate lunge, Galahad reached the altar. His hand closed around the chalice, and in that moment, a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known coursed through him. Memories not his own flooded his mind, the creation of Avaloria, the rise and fall of empires, and the terrible truth behind the chalice's power. He saw the first king of Avaloria making a pact with forces beyond mortal comprehension. He witnessed the chalice's creation, forged not from starlight, but from the essence of a bound god. And he understood the terrible price that came with its power priced the land and its people had been paying for generations. As the visions faded, Galahad found himself back in the chamber, Lyra at his side, her bow drawn and aimed at the rift. The cultists lay scattered about them, defeated, but the portal continued to widen. "Galahad," Lyra's voice was strained. "Whatever you're going to do it now." In that moment, Galahad knew what he had to do. The chalice's power had been misused for too long, its true purpose forgotten. With a prayer on his lips, he raised the chalice high. "By the power vested in this vessel," he intoned, his voice ringing with authority, "I release you from your bondage. Return to whence you came, and let the natural order be restored." A blinding light erupted from the chalice, bathing the chamber in radiance. The rift above them shuddered and began to close, the howls of the creatures beyond fading into nothingness. As the light faded, the chalice crumbled to dust in Galahad's hands. Silence fell over the chamber. Lyra approached cautiously, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What have you done?" she whispered. Galahad turned to her, his face etched with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. What needed to be done? The chalice was never meant to exist. Its power came at too great a cost. As they emerged from the cavern, they found the whispering woods transformed. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, and the forest seemed to breathe with new life. But both knew that their journey was far from over. "What will you tell the king?" Lyra asked as they made their way back towards Celestial Keep. Galahad's face was grim. "The truth. Avaloria must learn to thrive without the chalice's power. It will be a difficult transition, but a necessary one as they walked and understanding passed between them. Their quest had forged a bond stronger than either had anticipated. Lyra, the elven thief who had never belonged anywhere, and Galahad, the knight who had questioned everything he believed in, had found in each other a kindred spirit. "You know," Lyra said with a sly smile, "Avaloria could use someone with my talents to help navigate these changing times." Galahad couldn't help but smile in return. "I suppose the royal court could benefit from a different perspective. Though I warn you, life at court is not all glamour and intrigue." Lyra's laughter rang out through the forest. "Oh, my dear knight, you have no idea what I'm capable of." As they emerged from the whispering woods, the spires of Celestial Keep gleaming in the distance, both knew that while one chapter of their story had ended, another was just beginning. For in Avaloria, as in all realms where magic and destiny intertwine, greatest adventures are those that challenge our beliefs, forge unexpected bonds, and remind us that true power lies not in ancient artifacts, but in the choices we make and the company we keep. Story 3. In the land of Draconia, where the sky was scarred by the battles between dragons and men, young Kai crouched amidst the ruins of an ancient temple. The air crackled with residual magic, and the stones whispered secrets of a forgotten era. Kai's hands trembled as he brushed away centuries of dust, revealing an object that would change his destiny, forever a dragon egg, its iridescent shell pulsing with an inner light. As Kai cradled the egg, a distant roar echoed across the valleys, sending a shiver down his spine. The war between dragons and humans had raged for generations, turning lush forests to ash and reducing proud cities to rubble. Yet here, in his arms, lay a glimmer of hope. With great care, Kai wrapped the egg in his cloak and began the perilous journey back to his hidden cave in the misty mountain. Each step was fraught with danger, for both dragons and dragon slayers patrolled the skies and lands, their eyes ever watchful for signs of their enemy. Days turned to weeks as Kai tended to the egg in secret. He fashioned a nest of soft moss and warm embers, whispering tales of peace and harmony to the unborn dragon within. On the night of the blood moon, when the sky burned crimson, the egg began to crack. Kai watched, and as a small, serpentine creature emerged, its scales shimmering like polished opals. The dragon's eyes, deep and wise beyond its years, locked onto Kai's, and in that moment, a bond was forged that transcended the hatred of their kinds. Zephyr, Kai whispered, the name coming to him as naturally as breathing. I will protect you, little one. As Zephyr grew, so did the connection between dragon and human. Kai discovered he could sense Zephyr's thoughts and emotions, a telepathic link that defied explanation. Together, they explored the hidden valleys and secret caves of the misty mountains, always careful to avoid detection. Zephyr learned to fly, his wings carrying him through moonlit skies as Kai watched from below, heart swelling with pride and fear. For he knew that each passing day brought them closer to the inevitable moment when their secret would be discovered. That moment came sooner than Kai had feared. On Zephyr's first hunt, a patrol of dragon slayers spotted the young dragon soaring above the tree line. Horns blared, and the sky filled with arrows and spears. Kai's heart raced as he sprinted through the forest, following the panicked thoughts of his dragon friend. He burst into a clearing just as Zephyr crash landed, a cruel barbed net entangling his wings. No, Kai cried, throwing himself between Zephyr and the advancing slayers. Please, he's not a threat. The leader of the slayers, a grizzled man named Thorn, stepped forward, his eyes narrow with suspicion. Stand aside, boy. That creature is an abomination, a threat to all mankind. But Kai stood his ground, arms outstretched. He's my friend. There's so much we don't understand about dragons. Please, give me a chance to explain. For a tense moment, it seemed Thorn might order his men to attack, but something in Kai's desperate plea gave him pause. You have until dawn, he growled. If you can't convince me, the dragon dies. Throughout the night, Kai shared the story of how he found Zephyr, of the bond they shared, and of his dreams for peace between their kinds. As the first light of dawn broke over the mountains, Thorn made his decision. I cannot condone this, he said gravely, but neither can I ignore what I've seen. Go, take your dragon and flee. If you're found again, I cannot promise mercy. With gratitude in his heart and fear nipping at his heels, Kai freed Zephyr from the net. Together, they took to the skies, leaving behind the only home they had ever known. Their journey took them across vast deserts and over stormy seas, always searching for the fabled Sky City, where legends spoke of dragons and humans living in harmony. Along the way, they faced countless perils, savage wilderness, hostile tribes, and the ever-present threat of discovery. In the shifting sands, they encountered a tribe of nomads who worshipped dragons as gods. For a brief time, Kai and Zephyr found refuge among them, learning ancient lore and forgotten magic. But their peace was shattered when a flight of war dragons, led by the fearsome Ragnar the Render, descended upon the tribe. Kai and Zephyr fought bravely alongside their new friends, their unique bond allowing them to anticipate each other's moves with uncanny precision. In the heat of battle, Zephyr's scales began to glow with an inner fire, and from his maw erupted not flames, but a beam of pure starlight that scattered the attacking dragons. As the dust settled, Ragnar circled above, his massive form blocking out the sun. Impossible, his voice boomed in their minds. A celestial dragon, after all these years, before Kai could process this revelation, Ragnar swooped down, snatching Zephyr in his talons and soaring away. Kai's anguished cry echoed across the desert as he watched his friend disappear into the horizon. Despair threatened to overwhelm him, but Kai refused to give up. With the help of the nomads, he began a desperate quest to rescue Zephyr and uncover the truth of his dragon's heritage. Their search led them to the Obsidian Peaks, where Ragnar's lair was said to be hidden. As they neared the forbidding mountains, Kai felt Zephyr's presence growing stronger in his mind. Under the cover of a moonless night, Kai infiltrated Ragnar's lair, a vast cavern filled with treasure and ancient artifacts. There, he found Zephyr chained with enchanted bonds, surrounded by dragon elders who regarded the young celestial with awe and fear. As Kai moved to free his friend, Ragnar's voice rumbled through the cavern. "So, the human returns for his pet. Do you have any idea of the power you've stumbled upon, boy?" Kai stood tall, meeting Ragnar's gaze. "Zephyr is not a pet. He's my friend, my family, and whatever power he possesses, it's not yours to control." Ragnar laughed, a sound like rolling thunder. "Foolish child. The celestial dragons were thought extinct, their power to bridge the gap between our kinds lost to time. With this hatchling, we can finally end this war by eradicating humanity once and for all." But as Ragnar spoke, something stirred in the air. The artifacts around the cavern began to glow, responding to Zephyr's presence. Images flickered to life, visions of a time when dragons and humans lived in peace, of the Sky City in all its glory, and of the cataclysm that tore their worlds apart. In that moment, Kai understood. "You're wrong," he said, his voice ringing with certainty. "Zephyr's power isn't meant for destruction. It's for healing, for bringing us together." With a roar of defiance, Kai shattered Zephyr's chain. As dragon and human reunited, a blinding light filled the cavern. When it faded, they found themselves transformed. Kai now bore intricate, glowing markings across his skin, while Zephyr had grown to match Ragnar in size, his scales shimmering with cosmic energy. Their minds and hearts joined as one. Kai and Zephyr faced the dragon elders. "The time of war is over," they spoke in unison, their voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "We are the bridge between worlds, and we will restore the balance that was lost." Ragnar and the elders, humbled by the display of power and the weight of history revealed, bowed their heads. "The prophecy speaks true," Ragnar admitted. "Lead us, young ones, to the future. We have forgotten." And so, Kai and Zephyr began a new journey not as fugitives, but as emissaries of peace. They traveled across Draconia, sharing their vision of harmony and slowly healing the wounds of war. Humans and dragons alike were drawn to their message, and slowly the world began to change. Their quest eventually led them to the long-lost Sky City, hidden behind veils of cloud and ancient magic. As they set foot in the floating citadel, its spires gleaming in the sun, Kai and Zephyr knew that their greatest challenge lay ahead. For rebuilding trust between dragons and humans would take more than power or prophecy. It would take patience, understanding, and love. But as they looked out over the world below, their hearts joined in hope and determination. They knew that together they could face whatever the future might hold. For in their bond, the magic of Draconia had found its truest expression, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, compassion and friendship could light the way to a brighter dawn. Story 4. In the mist-shrouded realm of Avalon, where magic flowed like rivers and legends walked among mortals, a dire curse had befallen the legendary knights of the Round Table. One by one, these valiant warriors had been transformed into lifeless statues, their once gleaming armor now cold stone, their eyes forever frozen in expressions of shock and despair. King Arthur, last of the great rulers, gazed upon his petrified companions with a heavy heart. The Round Table, once a symbol of unity and strength, now stood as a grim reminder of the kingdom's impending doom. With a trembling hand, he penned a desperate missive, calling upon the one being who might yet save his realm, Morgana, the powerful sorceress. As the king's raven took flight, carrying his plea into the twilight, a figure cloaked in shadows watched from the battlements. The Black Knight, his armor as dark as a moonless night, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, his true allegiances known only to himself. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees conversed in rustling whispers and fairy lights danced between gnarled branches, Morgana received the king's summons. Her emerald eyes gleamed with a mixture of curiosity and caution as she read Arthur's plea. For years, she had been both ally and adversary to Camelot, her complex relationship with the kingdom as tangled as the vines that adorned her secluded sanctuary. With a wave of her hand, Morgana conjured a shimmering portal. Stepping through, she emerged in the grand hall of Camelot, where Arthur awaited. The king's face, once youthful and filled with hope, now bore the weight of his kingdom's trials. Morgana, Arthur's voice echoed in the cavernous hall. I beseech you, a terrible curse has befallen my knights. Only your power can hope to break it. The sorceress approached the round table, her fingers trailing over the cold stone forms of the once mighty knights. She could feel the dark magic pulsing within them, a malevolent force that sent shivers down her spine. This is no simple enchantment, Arthur, Morgana mused, her brow furrowed in concentration. To break this curse will require artifacts of great power: the Crown of Winds, the Cloak of Shadows, and the Scepter of Eternal Flame. Each is hidden in a place of great peril, guarded by ancient magic and fearsome beasts. Arthur's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Then you'll help us? Morgana nodded solemnly. For the sake of Avalon, I will. But know this, Arthur, breaking this curse may reveal truths long buried. Are you prepared for what we might uncover? The king's face hardened with resolve. For my knights, for Camelot, I would face any truth, no matter how bitter. And so, Morgana's quest began. Her first destination was the Howling Peaks, where the Crown of Winds was said to rest atop the highest mountain, guarded by the fierce Tempest Eagles. As she journeyed, Morgana couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. More than once, she caught glimpses of a dark figure on the horizon, always vanishing when she tried to focus on it. The ascent of the Howling Peaks was treacherous. Winds sharp as razors tore at Morgana's cloak, while illusory paths sought to lead her astray. Yet with each step, the sorceress felt her power growing, resonating with the wild magic of the mountains. At the summit, she faced the Tempest Eagles, magnificent creatures with wings that spanned the sky and eyes that crackled with lightning. In a battle that shook the very foundations of the mountain, Morgana proved her worth, not through force, but through understanding. She spoke the language of the wind, weaving a spell that calmed the raging storm within the eagles' hearts. With the Crown of Winds upon her brow, Morgana descended the mountain. Her next destination clear the Shadowmere Swamp, where the Cloak of Shadows lay hidden in the depths of an ancient tomb. The swamp was a place of decay and forgotten magic. Wisps of dark energy drifted between gnarled trees, and the ground itself seemed to shift and breathe. Here, Morgana encountered the bog wraiths, spectral entities that fed on fear and regret. To overcome them, Morgana was forced to confront her own darkest memories, her exile from Camelot, betrayals she had both suffered and inflicted. In facing these shadows of her past, she found new strength, weaving them into a cloak of power that allowed her to pass unseen through the swamp's dangers. With the Cloak of Shadows draped over her shoulders, Morgana pressed on to her final destination, the Ember Caverns, deep beneath the earth, where the Scepter of Eternal Flame burned with unquenchable fire. The caverns were a labyrinth of molten rock and searing heat. Fire elementals danced in the shadows, their touch bringing both illumination and destruction. At the heart of this inferno, Morgana faced her greatest challenge, yet the Phoenix King, guardian of the Eternal Flame. Their battle was one of wits as much as magic. Riddles of fire and rebirth echoed through the caverns as Morgana matched her intellect against the ancient being. In the end, it was her understanding of the cycle of destruction and creation that won her the scepter, its flame now burning in harmony with her own magical essence. As Morgana emerged from the Ember Caverns, victorious but weary, she found herself face to face with the Black Knight. His obsidian armor seemed to absorb the light around him, and his voice, when he spoke, was deep and resonant. "Well done, Morgana. You've gathered the artifacts. Just as was foretold." Morgana's eyes narrowed. "You've been following me." "Why?" The Black Knight's laughter echoed eerily. "To ensure the prophecy unfolds as it must. Return to Camelot, sorceress. The truth awaits you there." With a swirl of his cloak, the Black Knight vanished, leaving Morgana with more questions than answers. Unsettled but determined, she made her way back to Camelot, the 3 legendary artifacts humming with power in her possession. In the Grand Hall, Arthur awaited her return, his face etched with both hope and fear. As Morgana approached the round table, the artifacts began to glow, their combined magic filling the air with crackling energy. "Stand back, Arthur," Morgana warned, raising the scepter of eternal flame. "The curse is about to be broken." With a word of power, Morgana unleashed the combined magic of the artifacts. A blinding light engulfed the petrified knights, and for a moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder. As the light faded, gasps and groans filled the hall. The knights, flesh once more, stirred to life, but their eyes, when they opened, were filled not with relief, but with horror. "What have you done?" Sir Lancelot cried, his voice filled with anguish. "We were at peace." Confusion and dread settled over Morgana as the truth began to unfold. The knights spoke of a terrible secret, a pact made long ago between Arthur and dark forces, granting him the power to rule Camelot in exchange for the souls of his knights. The petrification had not been a curse, but a desperate act of self-sacrifice by the knights to break the pact and save their king's soul. As the full weight of this revelation settled upon the hall, the Black Knight appeared once more, his armor melting away to reveal a face Morgana knew all too well. Merlin, the court wizard, long thought lost. "The prophecy is fulfilled," Merlin intoned, his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. "The truth is revealed, and now the choice must be made." Arthur fell to his knees, the weight of his sins finally too much to bear. "I only wanted to protect Camelot," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. Morgana stood at the center of it all, the artifacts of power still thrumming in her grasp. The fate of Camelot of all Avalon now rested in her hands. Would she use the artifacts to cleanse the dark magic from the land, knowing it would mean the end of Arthur's reign? Or would she find another way, a path between light and shadow that could redeem both king and kingdom? As she looked around the hall, at the faces of knights torn between duty and disillusionment, at Arthur broken by the weight of his choices, and at Merlin, the architect of this grand and terrible design, Morgana realized that the true magic of Camelot had always been in its people, their hopes, their flaws, their capacity for both greatness and folly. With a deep breath, Morgana raised the artifacts high, their power responding to the strength of her will. "The time of secrets and shadows is over," she declared, her voice ringing with authority. "Let Camelot be reborn, not in perfection, but in truth. For it is in facing our darkness that we truly find our light." As the magic of the artifacts washed over the kingdom, Morgana knew that the legend of Camelot was far from over. A new chapter was beginning, one that would be written not by kings and sorcerers alone, but by all who called this magical realm home. And in that moment, as dawn broke over a changed Avalon, hope blossomed anew in the heart of the once and future kingdom. Story 5. In the ancient realm of Ethoria, where magic flowed like rivers and legends walked among mortals, a dark prophecy loomed over the land. As the last rays of sunlight faded behind the jagged peaks of the Dragonspine Mountain, young Aelor stood atop the weathered battlements of Silverspire Keep, his emerald eyes scanning the shadowy forests below. The wind carried whispers of an impending doom, a fate that would soon thrust this humble squire into the heart of an epic struggle. Aelor's calloused hands gripped the cold stone, his mind racing with the weight of the knowledge he now bore. Just hours ago, while polishing his master's armor in the dusty armory, he had stumbled upon a hidden compartment containing an ancient scroll. The parchment, brittle with age, spoke of the rise of the dreaded Shadow Lord in the fall of Ethoria. As the words burned themselves into his memory, Aelor knew that the fate of the kingdom now rested in his trembling hands. A horn's mournful cry echoed through the valley, snapping Aelor from his reverie. The warning he had long dreaded had come at last. In the distance, a writhing mass of darkness spilled over the horizon, devouring the lush green fields in its wake. The army of the Shadow Lord had begun its march. With his heart pounding, Aelor raced down the spiraling staircase, his footsteps echoing off the ancient stones. He burst into the great hall, where knights in gleaming armor and nobles in fine silks gathered around a massive oak table, their faces etched with concern. "My lords," Aelor gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "The enemy approaches. The prophecy. It's coming true." Sir Galahad, Aelor's mentor and the most respected knight in the realm, fixed the young squire with a steely gaze. "Speak plainly, boy. What prophecy do you speak of?" As Aelor recounted his discovery, a hush fell over the assembly. The weight of his words settled like a shroud, suffocating hope and igniting fear. Yet, in that moment of despair, an unexpected ally emerged from the shadows. Lyria, an elven scout from the Whispering Woods, stepped forward. Her silver hair gleamed in the torchlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "The boy speaks true," she said, her melodic voice carrying an undercurrent of urgency. "My people have long guarded against this day. The Shadow Lord seeks to plunge our world into eternal darkness, and only a chosen hero wielding the Sword of Dawn can hope to stop him." All eyes turned to Aelor, who felt the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders. Sir Galahad placed a hand on the young squire's shoulder, his voice filled with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "It seems, my boy, that fate has chosen you for a great and terrible purpose. In the days that followed, Etheria mobilized for war. Aelor, guided by Lyria and a small band of loyal knights, set out on a perilous quest to recover the Sword of Dawn from its resting place in the heart of the Crystal Mist Caverns. Their journey took them through treacherous swamps where will-o'-wisps danced and lured the unwary to their doom, across sun-scorched deserts where ancient sphinx posed riddles that could mean life or death, and into the depths of enchanted forests where the very trees whispered long-forgotten secrets. As they traveled, Aelor's skills grew, honed by necessity and the guidance of his companions. He learned to track like an elf, to fight like a seasoned warrior, and to tap into the latent magic that flowed through his veins, a legacy of a lineage he had yet to fully understand. Their group swelled as they journeyed, joined by unlikely allies drawn to the light of hope that Aelor represented. Grimble, a gruff dwarf with a heart of gold and an axe forged in dragon fire, pledged his loyalty after Aelor saved his clan from a horde of shadow-touched trolls. Zephyr, a mischievous air spirit, became an invaluable scout after Aelor showed her kindness when others would have banished her. Yet for every ally gained, the Shadow Lord's influence grew stronger. Each full moon swelled his ranks with the undead and corrupted beasts, their howls echoing across the land. Villages fell, their inhabitants fleeing or succumbing to the creeping darkness that turned the pure-hearted into twisted servants of shadow. As Aelor and his companions neared the Crystal Mist Caverns, they found themselves beset by the Shadow Lord's most fearsome lieutenant, the dread knight Malachar. Once a noble paladin, Malachar had fallen to the seductive whispers of dark power, his soul now as black as the obsidian armor that encased him. The clash of steel rang out across a moonlit glade as Aelor crossed blades with Malachar. The young hero's newfound skills were put to the ultimate test as he parried and struck, each exchange a dance between light and shadow. Just as it seemed Malachar would emerge victorious, Aelor tapped into a wellspring of power he didn't know he possessed. Golden light erupted from his body, driving back the darkness and sending Malachar fleeing into the night. Exhausted but emboldened by this victory, Aelor led his companions into the yawning maw of the Crystal Mist Cavern. The air hummed with ancient magic as they navigated labyrinthine passages that seemed to shift and change with each step. Crystalline formations cast prismatic light across chamber walls, revealing glimpses of possible futures and paths not taken. At the heart of the caverns, they found their prize. The Sword of Dawn rested in a shaft of pure sunlight, its golden blade gleaming with an inner fire. As Aelor's hand closed around the hilt, visions flooded his mind, memories of a bloodline stretching back to the first kings of Etheria, of a sacred duty passed down through generations. He was more than just a squire. He was the last scion of a line sworn to protect the realm from the very threat they now faced. With the Sword of Dawn in hand, Aelor and his companions raced back to Silverspire Keep, only to find it under siege. The Shadow Lord's forces had arrived in full strength, a seething mass of darkness that blotted out the sun. At their head stood the Shadow Lord himself, a figure of nightmare cloaked in living shadows, his eyes burning with malevolent fire. As battle raged around them, Aelor knew that his destiny awaited atop the highest tower of Silverspire. He fought his way through the chaos, the Sword of Dawn clearing a path through the shadowy hordes. His companions formed a protective circle around him, their own battles becoming legends in their own right. Lyria's arrows found their mark with unerring accuracy, each shaft trailing silver light that banished the darkness it touched. Grimble's mighty axe cleaved through shadow beasts, the dwarf's battle cry rising above the din of combat. Zephyr darted through the air, confounding the enemy and carrying vital messages between the defenders. At last, Aelor stood face to face with the Shadow Lord. The clash of their blades sent shockwaves across the battlefield, light and darkness warring for supremacy. With each exchange, Aelor felt the weight of his heritage, the hopes of a kingdom, and the fate of the world hanging in the balance. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire, Aelor summoned every ounce of courage and strength within him. With a mighty cry, he plunged the Sword of Dawn into the Shadow Lord's heart. Light exploded from the point of impact, a nova of pure radiance that washed across the land. When the light faded, the Shadow Lord was no more. His armies crumbled to dust, and the darkness that had threatened to consume Euphoria receded like a tide going out. Aelor stood atop the tower, the Sword of Dawn gleaming in his grasp, as cheers of victory rose from below. In the days that followed, songs were sung of Aelor, the Lightbringer, the squire who became a hero. But for Aelor, the true victory lay in the friendships forged, the lessons learned, and the knowledge that when darkness threatened, the people of Euphoria would stand united against it. As he looked out over the healing land, Aelor knew that this was not the end of his journey, but merely the beginning of a new chapter. For as long as there was light, there would be shadow, and he would be there to face it, the Sword of Dawn in his hand and hope in his heart. Story 6. In the heart of the mystical realm of Avaloria, where ancient magic pulls through the very earth, the majestic spires of the Crystal Palace pierce the sky. Queen Lyanna, the fierce warrior monarch who had united the warring clans under her banner of justice, stood upon her balcony, her piercing gaze sweeping across the verdant lands she had sworn to protect. Little did she know that treachery lurked in the shadows, poised to shatter the peace she had fought so hard to achieve. As the twin moons rose, casting an ethereal glow over the kingdom, Lyanna's most trusted advisor, the silver-tongued Lord Varax, approached with a goblet of wine. "To your continued reign, my queen," he said, his voice as smooth as silk. Lyanna raised the cup to her lips, unaware that with each sip, she sealed her own fate. The world spun, and darkness engulfed her. When Lyanna's eyes fluttered open, she found herself trapped within a prison of pure crystal, high atop a tower that seemed to touch the stars themselves. Through the transparent walls, she could see her beloved kingdom falling into chaos as Lord Varax, revealed as a powerful sorcerer, seized control with an iron fist. Months passed, and hope dwindled like the last embers of a dying fire. But fate, it seemed, had other plan. In the shadowy underbelly of the capital city, an unlikely trio was about to embark on a quest that would shake the foundations of Avaloria. Thorn, a master thief with quicksilver fingers and a heart heavy with regret, crouched in the rafters of a dingy tavern. His keen ears caught whispers of a plot to free the imprisoned queen. Intrigued, he silently made his way closer to the hushed conversation. At a corner table sat Arya, an exiled priestess of the moon goddess, her once resplendent robes now tattered and stained. Across from her lounged Zephyr, a wounded dragon barely the size of a large dog, the scales a dull gray instead of the vibrant blue they once were. The unlikely pair spoke of ancient relics and a curse that needed breaking. Thorn, driven by a desire for redemption he couldn't quite explain, revealed himself to the conspirators. "I couldn't help but overhear," he said with a roguish grin. "It seems you're in need of someone with particular skills." Arya's eyes narrowed with suspicion, but Zephyr's nostrils flared as he caught the thief's scent. "He speaks true," the dragon rumbled. "There's honor buried beneath the criminal exterior." And so, the improbable fellowship was formed. Their quest, to retrieve 3 sacred relics guarded by ancient beings in the farthest reaches of Avaloria. Only with these artifacts could they hope to shatter the crystal prison and restore Queen Lyanna to her rightful throne. Their journey first led them into the heart of the Whispering Woods, where trees as old as time itself swayed to an otherworldly melody. Here, they sought the tears of the Dryad, crystallized droplets of pure life essence. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the very air seemed to thicken with magic. Thorn's nimble feet carried him silently through the underbrush, while Arya's connection to the divine guided their path. Zephyr, though unable to fly, proved invaluable with his keen senses and knowledge of old lore. They came upon a glade bathed in ethereal light, where a dryad as ancient as the forest itself dwelled. Her bark-like skin was etched with the history of the land, and her eyes held the wisdom of millennia. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" Her voice rustled like leaves in the wind. Arya stepped forward, her voice clear and unwavering. "Great Mother of the Woods, we seek the tears to save our queen and restore balance to the land." The Dryad's gaze seemed to pierce their very souls, judging their worth. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. "The tears are not freely given. To prove your worth, you must each face a trial of the heart." What followed was a harrowing journey through visions of their deepest fears and most cherished dreams. Thorn confronted the guilt of his past misdeeds. Arya faced the doubt that had led to her exile, and Zephyr lived the moment his wings were shattered. Yet, in supporting each other through their trials, they emerged stronger, more united. The Dryad, moved by their growth and determination, gifted them a single, luminous tear. "Use it wisely," she whispered as she faded back into her tree. "For its power comes at a great cost." Their next challenge took them to the Frost Peak Mountains, where howling winds and treacherous ice awaited. Here, they sought the flame of the Phoenix, an eternal fire that burned atop the highest peak. The ascent was grueling, with each step bringing them closer to the unforgiving embrace of the frozen wasteland. Zephyr, though unable to fly, found strength in the thin mountain air, his draconic heritage allowing him to guide them through the worst of the blizzards. Thorn's agility kept them from plummeting off narrow ledges, while Arya's faith provided a beacon of warmth in the coldest nights. As they neared the summit, they encountered the Guardian of the Flame, a majestic phoenix whose wings spanned the width of the mountain itself. "Only those who understand the cycle of death and rebirth may claim the flame," the phoenix declared, its voice like rolling thunder. The trial that followed pushed them to their very limits. Each had to symbolically sacrifice something dear to them, trusting in the promise of renewal. Thorn relinquished his prized lockpicks, tools of his former trade. Arya offered up her holy symbol, the last link to her old life. Zephyr, in a moment of profound courage, allowed one of his remaining scales to be plucked. As each sacrifice was consumed by the eternal fire, it flared with unprecedented brilliance. The Phoenix, impressed by their willingness to let go of the past for a greater cause, bestowed upon them a feather infused with the flame's essence. "Remember," it said as they departed, "true strength lies not in clinging to what was, but in embracing what could be." Their final destination was the Shadowdeep Desert, a vast expanse of shifting sands and mirages that concealed the entrance to an ancient necropolis. Here, they sought the Scepter of Souls, a relic said to hold power over life and death itself. The desert sun beat down mercilessly as they trudged through dunes that seemed to stretch into eternity. Thorn's street smarts helped them navigate the ever-changing landscape, while Arya's prayers conjured precious water to sustain them. Zephyr, drawing on ancient draconic memories, led them to hidden oases and sheltered caves. At last, they stood before the gates of the necropolis, where the air itself seemed to whisper the voices of the long dead. The challenges they faced within pushed them to the very brink of sanity riddles that twisted reality, traps that threatened to entomb them for eternity, and spectral guardians that attacked with the fury of eons. In the deepest chamber, they confronted the Keeper of the Scepter, a a being that appeared to each of them as someone they had lost. With hearts heavy but resolve unshaken, they proved their worth not through combat or cunning, but through acceptance of the natural order and the wisdom to know when to let go. The scepter, a rod of obsidian inlaid with pulsing veins of silver, was finally theirs. But as the keeper faded away, it left them with a chilling warning. The power to break the queen's curse comes at a price. Are you willing to pay it? With all three relics in hand, the unlikely heroes raced back to the Crystal Palace, their hearts pounding with the knowledge that every moment brought Queen Lyanna closer to being lost forever. They fought their way through Lord Varax's dark forces, each using their unique skills in perfect harmony. At the base of the Crystal Tower, they faced their greatest challenge yet. Lord Varax himself stood before them, his form warped by the very dark magics he had embraced. "Fools," he snarled, his voice echoing with otherworldly power. "You cannot hope to undo what I have wrought." The battle that ensued was nothing short of legendary. Thorn's blades danced in lethal arcs, finding chinks in the sorcerer's magical defenses. Arya's holy light seared through the darkness, weakening Varax's hold on his corrupted powers. Zephyr, drawing on the last reserves of his draconic might, unleashed a torrent of flame that drove the usurper back. In a final, desperate gambit, they combined the power of the three relics. The tear of the Dryad amplified the flame of the Phoenix, which in turn ignited the Scepter of Souls with unprecedented power. A beam of pure, radiant energy lanced upward, shattering the crystal prison and freeing Queen Lyanna. As the dust settled and the cheers of a liberated populace filled the air, our heroes stood in awe of what they had accomplished. Queen Lyanna, her spirit unbroken by her long imprisonment, embraced each of them in turn. "You have saved not just me, but the entire kingdom," she said, her voice filled with gratitude and warmth. But as the initial elation faded, they remembered the warning of the Keeper. The price for such power would soon become clear. Thorn found that his nimble fingers had lost their dexterity, a small sacrifice for a greater good. Arya's connection to her goddess, once severed, now burned brighter than ever, but at the cost of a normal life. And Zephyr, in a bittersweet twist of fate, felt his wings beginning to heal, knowing that his destiny now lay in Avaloria rather than the open skies. As dawn broke over a renewed kingdom, Queen Lyanna stood once more on her balcony, flanked by the unlikely heroes who had changed the course of history. They gazed out at the land they had saved, each forever changed by their journey, yet united in the knowledge that true strength lies not in power or position, but in the bonds forged through adversity and the courage to sacrifice for a greater good. And so, their tale became legend, whispered around firesides and sung by bards for generations to come, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can be found in the most unexpected of places, and that the greatest adventures often begin with a single, courageous step into the unknown. Story 7. In the mystical realm of Ethoria, where magic flowed like rivers and ancient prophecies whispered on the wind, the misty mountains loomed silent and foreboding. Atop the highest peak, shrouded in perpetual fog, stood the humble abode of Thorn the Outcast, once the most revered mage in all the land. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Thorn emerged from his dwelling, his weathered face etched with the lines of wisdom and sorrow. Long silver hair cascaded down his back, and his piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon, searching for signs of a threat he knew would come. For years, he had lived in self-imposed exile, haunted by the weight of false accusations and the betrayal of those he once called friends. But fate, it seemed, had not finished with Thorn just yet. As the sun climbed higher, a disturbance in the magical ether sent a shiver down Thorn's spine. Far below, in the gleaming capital of Luminara, a sinister transformation was taking place. Citizens walking the cobblestone streets suddenly froze mid-step, their flesh hardening and turning to cold, unforgiving stone. Panic spread like wildfire as the stone plague, a curse not seen for 1,000 years, began to consume the kingdom. In the grand halls of the arcane citadel, Lysander, once Thorn's apprentice, and now the Grand Master of the Arcane Order, paced frantically. His ornate robes swirled around him, gemstones glinting in the flickering torchlight. With trembling hands, he penned a desperate message, knowing that only one man possessed the knowledge to combat this ancient evil. As Thorn read the hastily scrawled note, delivered by a breathless wind spirit, conflict raged within him. The city that had cast him out now begged for his aid. Yet, the fate of innocent lives hung in the balance. With a heavy sigh, he gathered his staff of the four winds and set off down the treacherous mountain path, knowing that his return to Luminara would reopen old wounds and unearth long-buried secrets. The journey to the capital was fraught with peril. Thorn traversed the whispering woods, where trees spoke in riddles and shadow beasts lurked in the darkness. He crossed the Sapphire River, its waters alive with ancient magic that tested the resolve of any who dared to pass. Each step brought him closer to a past he had tried to forget and a future shrouded in uncertainty. As Thorn approached the towering gates of Luminara, he was met with a sight that chilled him to the bone. Half the city had already succumbed to the stone plague, its inhabitants frozen in tableaus of terror and desperation. Those still flesh and blood regarded him with a mixture of hope and suspicion, whispers of traitor and savior following in his wake. Lysander greeted Thorn at the entrance to the arcane citadel, his youthful face now lined with worry. "Master Thorn," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "forgive us. We were wrong to doubt you. Please, help us in our darkest hour." Together, they delved into the vast libraries of the citadel, poring over ancient tomes and forgotten scrolls. As they worked, Thorn couldn't help but notice the changes in his former apprentice. Lysander's eagerness to learn had been replaced by a burning ambition, and a shadow of guilt seemed to flicker behind his eyes. Days turned to weeks as they searched for a cure. Thorn's expertise in long-forgotten magics proved invaluable, but each breakthrough only revealed new layers of complexity to the curse. It soon became clear that the stone plague was no natural occurrence, but a deliberate act of malevolence. Their research led them to the Grimoire of Shadows, a cursed book said to contain the darkest of magics. As Thorn carefully opened its pages, a chill wind extinguished the candles in the room, and whispers of ancient, malevolent voices filled the air. Within its pages, they discovered the truth the stone plague was the work of the cult of the Obsidian Heart, a sect of necromancers thought long extinct. Armed with this knowledge, Thorn and Lysander formulated a plan to create an elixir that could reverse the effects of the curse. The ingredients required for such a potion, however, were as rare as they were dangerous to obtain. They would need the tears of a phoenix, the heart of a golem, and water from the well of eternity. Thorn set out once more, this time accompanied by Lysander and a small group of the most skilled mages from the Arcane Order. Their quest took them to the far corners of Ethoria, facing trials that tested not only their magical prowess, but also the strength of their character. In the Fire Peaks, they confronted the majestic Phoenix Queen, her flames scorching the very air around them. It was not through combat, but through Thorn's compassion and understanding of the creature's ancient sorrow that they obtained a vial of its precious tears. Deep within the Ironroot caverns, they battled a colossal golem, its stone body impervious to their strongest spells. It was Lysander who discovered the golem's weakness, a small crystal embedded in its chest. As the construct crumbled, Thorn saw a flicker of something dark cross his former apprentice's face, gone as quickly as it appeared. Their final destination was the fabled Well of Eternity, hidden in a pocket dimension accessible only during the alignment of the three moons. As they performed the complex ritual to open the portal, Thorn felt a surge of magical energy unlike anything he had experienced before. The Well's guardian, a being of pure light, subjected them to trials of the mind and spirit, forcing each to confront their deepest fears and regrets. For Thorn, this meant reliving the moment of his false accusation, feeling once more the sting of betrayal and the weight of exile. He emerged from the vision with tears streaming down his face, but with a newfound sense of peace and forgiveness. Lysander's trial, however, seemed to shake him to his core. When he finally opened his eyes, there was a new resolve in them, tinged with a hint of something Thorn couldn't quite place. With all the ingredients gathered, they returned to Luminara to brew the elixir. As the potion simmered in a cauldron of pure silver, Thorn began to sense that something was amiss. The magical energies in the room felt tainted. It was then that Lysander made his move. With a flick of his wrist, he sealed the doors of the chamber and turned to Thorn with a mixture of triumph and regret in his eyes. "I'm sorry, old friend," he said, his voice cold and distant, "but I can't let you complete the cure." The truth came crashing down like a tidal wave. Lysander had been a member of the cult of the Obsidian Heart all along. He had orchestrated Thorn's exile years ago, clearing the path for his own ascension. The Stone Plague was meant to be his crowning achievement, a display of power that would bring the kingdom to its knees. A fierce magical duel erupted between master and apprentice. Spells of incredible power clashed, shaking the very foundations of the citadel. Thorn's years of experience were matched against Lysander's raw talent and dark magic. As they fought, Thorn tried to reach the man he had once mentored, to appeal to whatever goodness might remain in his heart. In a moment of distraction, Lysander gained the upper hand, disarming Thorn and knocking him to the ground. As he stood over his former master, dark energy crackling at his fingertips, Lysander hesitated. In that split second, Thorn saw a flicker of the eager young apprentice he had once known. "It's not too late," Thorn said softly, his voice filled with compassion. "We can still make this right." For a moment, the fate of Ethoria hung in the balance. Then, with a cry of anguish, Lysander lowered his hands. The dark energy dissipated, and he fell to his knees, overcome by the weight of his actions. Together, they completed the elixir, and as the first rays of dawn broke over Luminara, they began to administer the cure. One by one, the stone statues that had once been people began to crack and crumble, revealing flesh and blood beneath. Cries of joy and relief filled the air as families were reunited, and the nightmare of the Stone Plague came to an end. In the days that followed, the truth of Lysander's actions came to light. Though many called for harsh punishment, Thorn advocated for mercy, understanding the power of redemption better than anyone. Lysander was stripped of his position and sentenced 2 years of service, working to undo the damage caused by the cult of the Obsidian Heart. As for Thorn, he was hailed as a hero, his name cleared and his position as Ethoria's greatest mage restored. Yet, as he stood atop the highest tower of the arcane citadel, looking out over the city he had saved, he felt the call of the Misty Mountain. His time in exile had taught him valuable lessons about power, forgiveness, and the true nature of wisdom. With a smile, he turned to the group of young mages eagerly awaiting his tutelage. There was much work to be done, many wrongs to right, and a new generation to guide. The Stone Plague had been defeated, but Thorn knew that in the realm of magic and mystery, there would always be new challenges to face, new wonders to discover, and new chances for redemption. As he began his first lesson, his eyes twinkling with the light of ancient knowledge, Thorn knew that the greatest adventure of all, the pursuit of wisdom and understanding, was only just beginning. Story 8. In the mystical realm of Ethoria, where ancient magic pulls through every stone and whispered in every breeze, the once prosperous kingdom lay shrouded in darkness. The tyrant king, Malachar the Cruel, had usurped the throne, casting a pall of fear and oppression across the land. But hope stirred in the hearts of the people, for whispers spread of a prophecy, the return of the true heir, destined to reclaim the crown and restore balance to the realm. As dawn broke over the whispering woods, a hooded figure emerged from the mist-shrouded trees. Prince Alistair, exiled since childhood, had returned to claim his birthright. His emerald eyes, flecked with gold, scanned the familiar yet changed landscape of his homeland. The weight of destiny hung heavy upon his shoulders, matched only by the determination that burned within his heart. Alistair's hand rested on the hilt of Stormbreaker, the legendary sword passed down through generations of Ethorian royalty. Its blade hummed with latent power, responding to the prince's touch as if awakening from a long slumber. As he took his first steps towards the distant spires of the capital, a rustle in the undergrowth caught his attention. From the shadows emerged Ravenna, guardian druid of the ancient forest. Her silver hair gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome home, young prince." Ravenna's voice was like the whisper of leaves in the wind. "The forest has long awaited your return." Alistair bowed his head in respect. I fear I return to a kingdom I scarcely recognize, wise one. How am I to reclaim a throne when the people have forgotten my face? Ravenna's smile was enigmatic. The land remembers, Alistair, even when its people forget. But to truly claim your birthright, you must prove yourself worthy. Seek out the 4 elemental amulets: earth, air, fire, and water. Only when you possess all 4 will you have the power to challenge Malakar and free Etheoria from his tyranny. And so began Alistair's quest, a journey that would take him to the farthest reaches of the realm and test him in ways he had never imagined. Ravenna joined him, her knowledge of the old ways proving invaluable as they faced the challenges that lay ahead. Their first destination was the Evergreen Sanctuary, heart of the Earth Amulet's power. Here, ancient treants stood guard, their bark etched with runes of protection. Alistair and Ravenna navigated through a maze of living vines and whispering flowers, each step bringing them closer to the amulet's resting place. In a glade bathed in ethereal light, they found the Earth Amulet nestled in the roots of a mighty oak. As Alistair reached for it, the ground trembled. The guardian of the glade, a massive elemental creature of rock and vegetation, rose to challenge the prince's claim. Alistair drew Stormbreaker, its blade glowing with an inner light. But it was not through combat that he would win this trial. Ravenna's voice cut through the tension. Remember, young prince. To command the earth, one must listen to its song, heeding her words. Alistair sheathed his sword and placed his hand upon the ground. He closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of life beneath his fingers. In that moment, he understood. With a voice that resonated with the very essence of the forest, Alistair spoke to the guardian, not as a conqueror, but as a steward. The elemental, recognizing the prince's true heart, bowed low. The Earth Amulet floated to Alistair, its power merging with his own. As it settled around his neck, he felt a deep connection to the land, as if Etheoria itself was lending him strength. Their journey continued to the windswept peaks, domain of the Air Amulet. Here, amid howling gales and treacherous cliffs, Alistair and Ravenna faced the capricious spirits of the sky. The prince learned to ride the winds, his laughter joining the song of the mountain as he soared between peaks. The fire amulet awaited in the heart of Mountain Furnace, a volcano that had slumbered for centuries. As they descended into its fiery depths, Alistair and Ravenna encountered salamanders and fire elementals, creatures of living flame that danced and twisted in the shimmering heat. It was here that Alistair faced his greatest fear, the memory of the night his family was betrayed, of flames consuming the royal palace. As he stood before a wall of fire that guarded the amulet, Prince was forced to confront the guilt and anger he had carried for so long. The fire does not seek to destroy you, Alistair. Ravenna's voice cut through his anguish. It seeks to forge you anew. With a deep breath, Alistair stepped into the flames. Pain seared through him, but with it came clarity. He emerged, reborn, the fire amulet pulsing against his chest, its power tempered by newfound wisdom. The final amulet, water, lay hidden in the depths of the crystal cavern. Here, in chambers of glittering stalactites and underground lakes that shone like mirrors, Alistair and Ravenna faced their most cunning challenge yet. The guardian of the waters, a shape-shifting entity of liquid crystal, tested not just Alistair's strength, but his heart. It assumed the forms of those he had lost, of the people suffering under Malakar's rule, forcing the prince to confront the weight of his responsibility. As Alistair struggled against the illusions, Ravenna's voice echoed through the caverns. The true nature of water is not to oppose, but to adapt. Flow with it, Alistair, and find your truth. Understanding dawned in the prince's eyes. He ceased his struggle, instead opening himself to the ebb and flow of the water's power. The guardian, impressed by his wisdom, relinquished the final amulet. With all 4 elemental amulets in his possession, Alistair felt the full weight of their power. But he also understood the responsibility that came with it. As he and Ravenna emerged from the crystal caverns, they found an army waiting for them, not enemies, but allies. Word of the prince's quest had spread, and the people of Etheoria had rallied to his cause. The final battle for the throne loomed before them. Malakar's dark fortress, a twisted spire of obsidian and iron, rose above the capital city, like a malevolent shadow. As Alistair led his forces towards it, the Tyrant King unleashed his own terrible power-corrupted magic that turned the very land against them. The clash of armies shook the foundations of Euphoria. Alistair, empowered by the amulets and the faith of his people, cut a path through the chaos. Ravenna stood by his side, her druidic magic countering Malakar's dark sorcery. At last, Alistair confronted Malakar in the throne room. The usurper sneered, his form warped by the dark magic he wielded. "You think those trinkets make you a king, boy? True power comes from will alone." Their duel was epic, sword against sorcery, light against darkness. As they fought, Alistair realized the truth. The amulet's power was not meant to defeat Malakar, but to restore balance to the land. With a final, desperate gambit, Alistair plunged Stormbreaker into the heart of the throne. The elemental amulets flared to life, their combined power washing over the kingdom in a wave of purifying energy. Malakar's dark magic was undone, the tyrant himself reduced to a frail, bitter old man. As the light faded, Alistair stood victorious, but the weight of his choices pressed heavily upon him. He looked to Ravenna, uncertainty in his eyes. The druid smiled, her form shimmering with an otherworldly light. The true test of a king is not in conquest, Alistair, but in mercy and wisdom. The throne is yours, but how you rule that is the legacy you must now forge. Alistair nodded, understanding the long road that lay ahead. As he took his place upon the throne, people of Euphoria cheered, hope rekindled in their hearts. The elemental amulets, their purpose fulfilled, dissolved into motes of light that spread across the land, restoring life and magic to all they touched. And so began the reign of King Alistair the Restorer, a new chapter in the grand tale of Euphoria. For in this realm of magic and wonder, where ancient powers slumbered and destiny hung in the balance, the true measure of a ruler was not in the strength of his arm, but in the compassion of his heart and the wisdom of his choices. As night fell on the first day of his rule, Alistair stood upon the palace balcony, gazing out at the kingdom he had reclaimed. The stars above seemed to shine brighter, as if the very heavens approved of the change that had come to Euphoria. And in the whisper of the wind, he could almost hear Ravenna's voice, reminding him that every ending was but the beginning of a greater adventure.